Good morning and welcome back to another episode of the Coin King channel. It's your girl Down the Crypto TA, and as always, we're going to start with a recap of how we ended things yesterday. So, all right. So, yesterday we were looking at this little fallen channel here, descending channel here, and price possibly getting an expansion with the Bollinger Band. So I just mapped it out here to take the noise out of the chart. And we got in here. We didn't manage to get any higher. So we saw a nice rejection from there. I have updated the previous day and previous day high and previous day low for the chart. Bulls are really defending the zone down here. Let me just say that bulls are really defending the zone down here. So this is our little zone down here, in which I mentioned a few times that we could see price come back into, but we have not actually tapped back down here to take this liquidity here. We took this small amount of liquidity here, got a decent little bounce, but we've been struggling throughout the day. But this zone in here is on defense. It is on defense. So we'll see how things end up going today. Potential, 3 taps in here and we're still holding up. So that's pretty decent. I don't know, guys. We do have the MACD cross, which is bearish on the daily. So we could be looking for a continuation down a little bit further. And you know the zones that I have shared multiple times here. So I'm leaning towards, again, potentially coming down into 110 to 106. Is that 106? 110 to 107 here. And that is a possibility. Again, we are defending this zone right here a lot. Now, something that I did share yesterday also was with Ethereum. So Ethereum, it got a little rising wedge here that it broke down from, and currently it's just tapped the top side of the golden pocket here, like the very tippy top of the golden pocket here. So we could see Ethereum could possibly lose this golden pocket here and come down a little bit more back here. This is, I would say 35 to 33 for Ethereum. And let me just look at it from here. Yeah, so that will basically just be back testing this zone in here. Which is something that I also mentioned too, because when Ethereum was, when it was a little bit stuck, I mentioned that, it could possibly just push up through here and come back and use this as support instead, especially when you break through a level that may have previously acted as resistance or even support. If you just break through it, then sometimes you'll just come back and you'll retest it to hold it as support and then get that continuation up. So not too far off from hitting that 4,000 there for Ethereum. But the weekend, prices just really got overextended over the weekend. Low liquidity, pumps in the market. Not a lot of money back in the market on Mondays either. So today will be the telling day as to what we're really going to do here. But a lot of the altcoins are struggling a little bit right now. Not just Ethereum. XRP seems to be doing fine. So not a lot going on with this. It is back here at the low of the ascending wedge formation. Well, not ascending, but broadening. It's broadening pattern. I think I have it where it won't show on larger time frames. So we can see it right here from the 4. And this was the original level here that I was looking at. Like if it came back to touch the line, then we want to see it hold here. They're both connected. It really doesn't make a difference. So we either hold here, we break down, then I'll be looking for the golden pocket 786. I did lean towards this 50% retracement since XRP was doing so good. It just seemed like a shallow, not necessarily a shallow retracement, the 50. It is the mid-range. So I was leaning more towards just coming back here into the 50. But we could see a little bit more, especially looking at the daily time frame. And Not so much that, but here, just looking at the MACD, looking at the DTI with the squeeze here, we could see a bigger play down here on XRP. Firstly, I would be leaning towards here around the 302 to 274 as support. It is a weekly range here. You tend to bounce around between these weekly ranges from my experience, which is why I tend to draw them out quite a bit. So I'd be looking for that potential support in there. I'm not leaning towards this 260. If that were to happen, that would probably be something like leading up into October, I would have to say, before we get the actual explosive move for the altcoins, but possibly 302. So be watching this zone right in here. We'll start with the golden pocket 786 and the 50% retracement here, but definitely negative delta and potentially no, MACD has not crossed down yet, so that's a plus that the MACD has not crossed, just the leading delta here for XRP. But again, and it could still bounce. It could still bounce from here. Although this is a bearish formation, it could still get the bounce off of here. We have a small reaction right now if we were on a lower time frame, but we have a small reaction there. Solana, I mean, everything basically was in some sort of a rising formation, which all are bearish, but Solana did get the break to the upside on its ascending channel here. In the zone, was looking for Solana to get up here to 207. We didn't quite make it there just yet. And we're now below yesterday's high, daily high. So maybe we come back on Solana and just back test the top side of this channel. And we can just lean with the 188.83 as the level. And again, no MACD cross, just simply the delta cross. And we are extended pretty heavily here on the DTI. It's not squeezing very tight the way it's squeezed in here or the way it's squeezed in here. And even these moves right here weren't a lot, but it is setting up for some sort of a correction. Even here, we could see the Bollinger expansion to the lower side. So some sort of a correction coming in. And if we do not manage to hold that 188, then of course we'd be looking back down here at the 178. Return to the scene of the crime here. And Sui's been struggling quite a bit. Extend this out. So these are just some daily levels on Sui. The green boxes here, they're not actually weekly levels. But for Sui, my bias remains the same. If we do get a correction on Sui, and I know that this would change market structure, it could be coming back down here to retest this monthly level where we had a little bit of issue a few times here. Resistance there, support, a little bit of resistance in there. So that is where I'll be looking for Sui to come back to, and that's 350. And then we just have to hope that we're putting in some sort of a bullish formation here on Sui and not some sort of a reversal for this 4-hour time frame. If we're doing something like that, then I mean our weekly level is so low. Weekly level is all the way down here, which I don't think that this would be the case at all. But I know that altcoins will get some sort of a shakeout, because it's just a few altcoins that's actually carrying the market. So I'd be looking for that on Sui. BNB, I haven't really got into BNB too much, so I'm going to skip past that. Again, Cardano, all with these rising formations. Everything has rising formations, and Solana's the only thing so far that got the break out of the top side. So we're back here for ADA. Let me just extend this out a little bit, because this would be my zone for ADA if we're coming back into a weekly level. So right now we're still above the previous day low. I think that is correct. I think I did adjust that. No. did. Okay. All right. So currently above the previous day low, but if we do lose that, then I'll be looking back down here around 78 to 72 for ADA. There's also this little weird zone in here I forgot about. I'm not sure how I feel about that because that's not really much. If we were to do it based on the measured move, let me see. I'm pretty sure it's going to be right in here. I don't need to do that. So it's going to be somewhere between 78 and 72 for ADA. H bar, same situation. So H bar is currently breaking the ascending channel, and I changed this because at one point I had it. No, I didn't change this one. Okay, so this one is still good. You got a VWAP right here. You got your macro VWAP down here, just below this weekly level here, which is at 23 cents. So if we lose, I don't think we're going to get a VWAP bounce from here. It looks like we would roll over. I'd be looking for price to come back down here to 23 to 22. But if we lose this VWAP right here, then of course, we'd be possibly looking at about 19 cents for HBAR, which would be great for me because I would just be adding to my beginner-friendly leverage position that I took on it. And I don't remember why I put this here. So I'll just take that away. As we start to see our altcoins roll over. Hype. Ugh, it's not living up to the hype. That's for sure. All right, so this one right here actually has a bullish formation, but it is back in the range. So it got the breakout over the weekend. So yeah, got the breakout over the weekend, which probably wasn't the most opportune time to take it, but yeah, this is more like a descending broadening or a mega, if you want to call it a megaphone. There is a larger pattern in here, as you can see, which looks like it's a channel, but yeah, so I will be looking for this one to come back down into this zone. I'll be looking somewhere in here about that $40, which means I need to sell this. I haven't looked back at it. I didn't buy too much on it. I just bought enough for this breakout, and then I just took my eyes off of it. But I did buy a little bit of this. Also had a momentum break here for it. It may have been to the upside. Let me just check that. Yeah, it was a momentum break to the upside, which is why I got in the trade. And then that was my cue to get out right there. My little signal there to get out. But again, I didn't look back at this thing. So now I'm in the hole on this. And this has already happened. So I'm just going to take that away. So that's going to be height. Yeah. Yeah. So about $40 for height. And let me see if I can see this channel that is in a little bit better here. Yeah. I've never seen so many rising formations. And I didn't actually connect any points here on Stellar. Even though Stellar had got the break out, started to get the breakdown here, it just pushed up a little bit higher. Let me make sure I adjusted that daily for Stellar, and I did. So Stellar runs pretty much with XRP. So with that, it is still within this range. So it has this bigger range that it's in. And I only mapped out the measure move to the downside for Stellar. So this is the measure move. So if we lose this range, the 1-to-1 on this range is going to put Stellar somewhere down here where this golden pocket is sitting at. That's at 33.26 potentially. But before I get that far away, we could also just do a liquidity sweep here on Stellar and keep it moving. It is holding up really well here within this range. So you have that 42.94. So 42 to 40, well, say 42 to 38 potentially. So I will look here first. And if that does not, just sweep and go. If you're in Stellar, then I will be looking for it to come back down here between 40 and 38. And of course, if that doesn't work, then you'd be looking down here at the measure move and the golden pocket. And let me make sure that's still good. I may need to move it just a little bit, just a tiny bit, because it did sweep that top. Let's see Doge, same scenario, rising channel. Actually, this is converging a little bit. All right. So there was a faster break in here for Doge. And just adjust a little bit. Let me figure out why I have this other. Okay, that was just where Doge got the breakup from. So Doge can actually come back and back test the breakout. And that will be down here at 20. But until something like that happens, what was this line for? Okay, so these highs in here, that's at 25 for Doge, which probably will line up with the bottom side of this trend line here. Just depends on how long it takes for price action to come out. I'd be looking at that 25, but potentially coming back to back test the breakout. I mean, that's very possible for Doge. So 25, 23, and 20 for Doge. TRX is back here at the trend line as well. I moved this line several times. I don't know how many more times I can actually move it before it becomes irrelevant. Already getting the bounce. Does anyone actually trust Tron? I wouldn't trade it. Actually, I did try. I tried. I tried. I'm lying. I tried. It's not something. I mean, it's just, I don't know. Seems kind of manipulated in my opinion, but nonetheless, I don't think Trump would come down here. Let me just say that. I just don't think it will. I don't think Justin Sun is going to let it come down. But if there was a zone for me to say Trump would come back to, then it would be 29. I am so losing my voice. It would be 29. There was also some small, I kind of blended them out, little levels in here. So if Tron doesn't get the breakdown, I'd be looking for Tron to push up, break this 31. I'd be looking for that 33. For Tron, came relatively close over here, but yeah, just smoke so far. Link, I don't seem to have. Yeah, Link didn't. I don't know. I don't know why I don't. Looks like I possibly could. Let me apply the defaults. Take the background out. Extend. Take that out. All right, so Tron also not Tron, but Chainlink also here. And this is such a wide range here for Tron, but it's basically the top and the bottom. Which, let me see what that is. Why is that the neckline? I don't know. I don't know why that is there. So I'm just going to drop it down to here. So if it did do anything, then yeah, I'll be looking forward to back test the neckline. I mean, it's okay if we don't hold that. We've already gotten the close. We already got the close above here, so that validates the shift. Actually, for the daily time frame, it validates the shift for the daily time frame. You can say weekly. So if we do come back, it's just a 1 month momentum here. So if we do come back, yeah, somewhere between this $18 and $15. I don't know that we actually come down that far. Let me see what we're doing right now. Right. So a little bit of a golden pocket there. And let me see where this was coming in at. I mean, if we're leaning towards the measured move, then I would be looking for this at least 17. Yeah, at least 17. So I'm just gonna leave that like that and make sure I don't have any notes in here, and I don't. I have not gone through. I just wanted to check back in on Bitcoin. Okay, that's really where I've stopped at recently, but let's just take a look at some other things. All right, virtuals. I haven't been back on this chart, as you can tell. So this is the point of control. It's just basically in this range, and it has not managed to leave this range over here. So point of control back in here. That's 169. 169 to 162 for virtuals, and that is if virtuals loses this momentum line here. So that would be bearish because this was a bullish momentum line that popped out here. So that's also the previous day low. And I would just be looking back here into this. Yeah, it's not too far to go. It does have a trend line here as well, and it doesn't have many levels either. So I mean, we could attempt to find something through here for virtuals, but it's generally been somewhere between here, this low, and in this. It's like 3 levels for virtuals. It's this one where you see this rejection, this one where that rejection is, and this one where the support is. And this is just some daily stuff that I had to map out for, because there isn't much history with virtuals, and it's just been stuck here in this range. So it's nothing but space and opportunity aside from this little point in here. So there's also this little zone in here. The low is like 106. That's as far as I would take that down to. So potentially that. If it starts to break and lose this VWAP here, But first thing I would look at is where this trend line is, and that's between 169 and 162 for virtuals theta. I don't think this is correct here anymore. This was old. Let me put this on the 4. I'm just going to take that away. Take both of those away. I don't want to keep having to come in and do those. So have a VWAP, potential VWAP slap there at 88 cents for theta. Yep, that looks pretty on point too. So I will look for that for theta, see if it can hold VWAP in here and then get the bounce away. If not, I mean, just because the formation is a rising formation doesn't mean that it has to break down. We didn't break down on Bitcoin, not so far. Like, I mean, really break down on Bitcoin, because you know Bitcoin also had a rising channel. It was flip-flop between a head and shoulders to a rising channel. So you can see that with theta. Let's see injective. Everything is basically the same. This might be different. This might be slightly different. So I'm going to, let me see. Yeah. And this is definitely old, and we might actually be doing a golden pocket tap right now. Nope, not quite. Let me delete that. And that. Oh, we're doing the VWAP. So the macro VWAP is what injective is actually tapping right now. So if it loses this macro VWAP, and let me just lock this where you can't see it on. Change that current interval and below. All right, so let me take it to a weekly. So yeah, that's the it'll probably hide that VWAP if I do that. Yeah, but that is the macro VWAP here that injective is reacting to right now. So if it loses that, wow, if it loses that, ugh. And see, injective never got the close above this little peak here. So it didn't close the weekly above this peak, which is different from a lot of the other altcoins. It didn't actually do a double bottom either, but it has the higher low. So we do want to see injective close above here. Again, it hasn't done that yet, so that's critical for injective. Although I think that injective has a beautiful chart, it does have a beautiful chart, but not getting that closure above there and potentially losing the macro VWAP, that could be a little bit of a problem. So make sure that that's decent. Go back out to the 4. So I suppose if we're losing that, then we could, oof. Let's just go here. Let's go with the 1338 for now. Um, if we don't hold the golden pocket, 786, maybe it just comes back and it retests the range that it got the breakup from, and then it continues up from there. It doesn't have to fall too far, honestly. Yeah, so somewhere between this 1338 and the top side here, $13. So we just say $13, even for injective, and potentially bounce from there. And let me just check back on Bitcoin. It's holding up pretty well. OP. Whatever it was, you can already see it already broke whatever trend line it had there. It's been broken. Let's take that away. Yeah. Probably a rising wedge. Likely that's what it was, a rising wedge. Standard deviation 1 is here, and that's 68 cents, along with these highs in here, which is what it's trying to hold right now. It's trying to hold that right now, but if I had to lean on something, let me turn that off a bit. Yeah, I would be looking back here at where the standard deviation is, around 68, since you have these highs in here. And this is where it got that breakup from that triangular pattern here. I'd be looking for it to come back to this, test these highs. And if it doesn't hold these highs, then it could, no, we'll stop right here. We'll stop here. So let me just, I'm gonna go with this lower one here. And let me just look at the daily on this. Okay, so negative delta cross, no MACD cross just yet. We're still waiting on all of this to play out here. Yeah, money flow says sell, or take some profit. Let me just put it like that, take profit. I'm not gonna say sell, because I do think that alts are about to perform very, very well, so take profit there. Yeah, 68. I'd look for 68. And then there's 60. Let me see what this is. $64. Momentum break at 64. But until that MACD cross happens, or yeah, until that MACD cross happens, in which by the time that happens, ugh, it's worth waiting for. Wait for that MACD cross to happen, because it could continue up. It is just a correction at this point. As long as it's far away from the zero, it is just a correction. We've already looked at H bar and near. I love near, so I am going to keep these daily levels for near. So everything is basically the same. Bollinger Bands are starting to squeeze. And let me look at that. No, not yet. Still got room. Just looking at this. But it's still in between standard deviation 1 and standard deviation 2 here on the Bollinger Band, so that's good. And until we lose that, then we're still pretty strong. I did not review that for anything else, so I'm just going to leave it on as I move forward. Yeah, as long as it's in here. And standard deviation 2 for near is, I'm sorry, 1 for near is at $2.83. So as long as we're still ranging in here, I'd say we're fine. If we lose that, then yeah, we could potentially be looking down here. So this remains the same. It's 247. And that's somewhere about the 20, I would say. It's probably, well, maybe it puts us below the 20. Yeah, slightly. So this is rising. As long as we hold here, but if we do start to lose that standard deviation 1 here on the Bollinger, then that would be an indication of us potentially coming down the same way we did over here. You know, you ride in between SD1 and SD2, and then when you lose it, then you can look somewhere around the midpoint or just your highs. I'm going to move this. For near, and then that's coming in with that that band there from the VWAP, and that might be, yeah, yep, 1 undo, basically the same. I'm gonna turn this off for undo because I can see that undo lines up here perfectly. It was one of the other ones that got a break to the upside, and I did do notes on undo when that happened. So undo's trying to hold this macro VWAP right now, and if it loses that, then could be hard to get back above it. We chopped it right in here for a little while. So we're hitting it there. We hit it here. Weren't able to get above it. Hit it there. Broke it here, but then got to move back down underneath it. So it has been a little bit of a struggle for Ando. So losing it would be very, might be a little bit of a problem. This was the level that we were not managing to flip for a while too. So we can look at Ando coming back to this level here. So getting the reclaim back inside of this rising wedge that it got the breakout of. And those were my notes on this. That's what we were looking like initially, and that's from the 1 hour time frame. And I had some levels in here, but we did get the break to the upside, which was something that I also mentioned on this. It's better to wait for confirmation rather than assume an imminent or an immediate breakdown here for Ando. So Look at it from the 4. Yeah. So VWAP and a back test of this wedge so far, and we've done it a few times. So if it keeps chopping this, it's definitely going to break back inside and potentially break down from it. That first weekly level there is 99, but if we lose that, then I'll be looking here again, and that's 95, to see if we can flip this into support, because we did struggle trying to get the break up above it. It does start to change market structure on the 4-hour time frame, so just understand that. And this daily level of rejection in here is what we did. If it's a nothing burger, then we do still have the golden pocket 786 here, which Ando has not managed to get back up here to. Or managed to make a move up to. And there you're going to have your standard deviation 1 on your macro right there. And no closure above this pivot either for Ando. So we can pretty much see what's actually carrying the market at this point. And which altcoins are not. So like your XRP, your Solana, your HBAR, BNB, basically your top performers, Ethereum, SUI. These have all been winners that probably have been carrying the market, total 2. And then you have your few that are not managing to get their closures above here, which, be some great opportunities at some point to really load up on. And I do hold Ando. So I would be looking for that for Ando. All right, so I'm going to put a pin in these altcoins for a minute, and I'm going to get back to Bitcoin, because I do see that we're making some moves over here. All right, and this is just our 1 hour. We still have that positive delta here, and the positive MACD on the 1 hour time frame. So we're holding up pretty well here. And like everything else, you recall this this rising formation here on Bitcoin, and when it got the break down below it, it did not ascend too far. I think that was like the measured move for it though. I think the measured move for it was back down here, and we never made it here. But let me extend this just to see. I want to see. It's going to be 2. No, it's going to be 1. Okay, so we did do the measured move on this, and then a little bit more if you do it that way, sideways. If you do it how I like to do it, is really from the top to the bottom. I prefer it like that. And so we have not made it here yet, which is what I'm looking for. Yeah, I would consider this to be like a triple bottom, to be honest, with that liquidity sweep. Let me turn that off before I think it's doing something for me. And what is dominance doing today? And that is something that we talked about too. We talked about Bitcoin's dominance and how I would put a pin in thinking that we're really, dominance is done, because I didn't think that it would be. Well, let me check in on that dominance. And to do that, I'm just going to keep that chart like it is. Oh, and I can delete this now because that was from yesterday. And let me take a look at dominance on a weekly. And so what I mentioned to you yesterday, when it comes to dominance, there's been no expansion, zero expansion. So you can't really expect for it to break down just yet. As long as it's still within this rising formation, then it still has a possibility of bouncing. And there's been no expansion here of the Bollinger. So it comes into the lower dynamic cloud here for the BB Bollinger here, and it bounces away. Same thing over here. It came into it. You got zero expansion, and it bounced away, came into it here, got zero expansion, and a continuation up. And this was just the start of it here. So even here, I mean, yeah. So until it does something different, such as, and it still could do this golden pocket, I would say. But until it does something more than just tap into this cloud and fail to expand, then it's just another bounce zone for dominance. So yeah. And the other time that we didn't come back into the golden pocket would be here. So I put X on that. But this was the first technical level, was this cloud, to see if it would bounce away from the cloud again. Yeah. So let me turn this off. Put this back on our 15 and back on Biddy. This keeps pushing. It's gonna get some bearish divergence in here on this 1 hour. That still looks really nice right now, but we'll get some bear dips in here on the delta. Pretty close to getting bear dips over here on the 15-minute as well. And I don't think that we had any news today that was important. So let me just double check that again. breakfast. No, we have Fed Chair Powell speaking at 8:30. Today is some medium impact. So the market could be waiting for that to take place. I did close out my scalp long position this morning on Bitcoin. I just don't like the price action right now. Let's see what we're possibly doing in between this range. So golden pocket 786 with the potential to put in some bearish divergence over here on the 15 if we continue to try to push up into the 786. That's what we'll get. Same thing goes over here. The 1 hour. And oh, there was this here. So we are within a range, and this is coming from the 2-day time frame here. So we have this this mother bar here and a couple of inside candles in here. So this is our range, and that range is 123 279 to 115 729, which means any one of these can be taken. This low or this high can be taken. Right now, based on the formation, it is looking for a break to the upside. I do have a level here that may give it some trouble going up, and a level here that may give it some trouble trying to go down. So, ranges are just that. I mean, you never really know where we're going. But if let me see. I think we could come back and hit here, of course, on the downside, but it will definitely be a buy if that happens. But there is a little bit of support in here that's hiding out. A little bit of support is in here from this gap here. It's not coming from the VRVP, I can say that much. I looked at it. So it's not coming from that. There's nothing but space in between here. Currently, there's just space. But I do see something in here that could potentially act as support on that breakdown while we're all looking for it to hit this level in here. I don't, and I said this yesterday as well, I don't agree with this. I just don't. What's that? I don't agree with this per se as some sort of and I can guarantee you it's had to be redrawn several times already. So I don't trust it. I mean, how can you trust it if you have to keep redrawing it? If I initially look at this and I say it's like this, and then we break down, and then I have to draw a line on this, and we break down, and then I have to draw a line on this. Like, how do you trust that? How do you? I can't. And initially it was like this, and now we got to push this line up here. I just don't trust this. And it's getting flatter and flatter. And the flatter and flatter it gets, yeah, the more it looks bearish. My little line disappeared. No, that was a 2-day. Let me make sure that this shows up. And that's going to give it bearish divergence as well. Let's see. So far, you can see that bear div there. Actually, that one's not a bear div. So that's been invalidated because price is above that point there. So I stand corrected. And I think that by the time this actually does, maybe I should bite my tongue on this before I get too deep into saying something that's totally inaccurate. But I do lean towards a bearish divergence trying to come up. All right, let me check something. Okay, I just wanted to be sure I wasn't tripping. So potentially, yeah, I think that this would break down instead of breaking up. That is what I think. As again, it's getting flatter and flatter, this so-called rise and bottom. It's getting flatter and flatter and flatter and flatter until price is all the way down here at the bottom side, and then it breaks down because it is no longer, I guess it was supposed to be a symmetrical triangle at one point. It's starting to look very descending, and descending triangles do this here. They don't break up. I'm just going to take a moment to eat my breakfast. I'm going to take myself off screen so I can do that, so I'm not shoving food down my throat in front of your faces. But I am here, and I will keep talking. I'm just going to try to leave it before my food gets too cold. I'm still on camera. My screen is freezing just a little bit here, so my apologies. I'm gonna check VIX. VIX is something else for the past few days, or at least since last week. I started saying that it looks like VIX is going to get a pop up. So stock market and altcoins could see a little bit of a sell off. Let me see. Mm, so this is VIX. And prior to, yeah, before we was just getting some red candles through here, but now you can see it's flipping green. And VIX usually doesn't go below this orange band here for the Bollinger. I know it does. It doesn't tap into the green at all. It just doesn't. So when it gets somewhere around this orange, it tends to get a pop up. So we could see some stocks take a little bit of a dip. And while it won't allow me to see money flow because it completely took that off of this indicator, it is hinting at a bottom in here. flip 2 green bars in here out of this red, out of this squeeze. So this looks like it could just, yeah, get a nice pop to the upside here. Positive delta cross down here. MACD not yet, but positive delta cross down here. So I would be expecting some risk off coming into the market, some risk off. And if I look lower, just take that away. Thought that was gonna help. I don't really see the benefit of me doing a trend line on VIX, but well, could give some insight into potentially accumulating some more on stocks, you know, your blue chips. I don't really want to go lower than the daily on VIX, but yeah, I would be watching that because I do think that, yeah, it's going to be some risk off coming in here. So then if I look back at, see how this one's doing today. So Apple has to hold this. Got that breakup. Pre-market 212. Just needs to hold here. Loses this might be a problem. Unless this is another corrective pattern, but there's not enough out of those few candles for me to know. Tesla this morning, 326. See on oh. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I look forward to buying some of this one. I look forward to it. And this is just based on a change of behavior, looking for a closure below here since there's been no closure below it. That's why I do it like that sometimes. Let me make sure that that's drawn properly. You know what? It's easier if I just leave that line on instead. Yep. This one was just not doing good. But the main ones, look at the blue chips here. Palantir just did another back test. We looked at this again yesterday. So out of the rising formation that Palantir has, just did another back test there. Pre-market 150. Yeah, that VIX, I started looking at it last week. It just looked like it's going to get like it's just getting started too. See NVIDIA, because I haven't really looked at NVIDIA lately. Not bad. 169, got a little gap in here. And NVIDIA has tons of gaps, so coin. Set that 4-day delta just to watch the 4-day. Get better reads off of the 4, but nothing has happened here just yet. So no cross down here yet. It has worked it's been pretty decent. So it has been pretty decent. Put that there. Been pretty decent. So I'm looking for that 4-day delta cross. Let's see. Because we did get the break to the upside here, but yeah, it's probably just taking the liquidity from the top, which is what I was looking for on Bitcoin too. On Bitcoin's has the same formation as Coinbase has here. All right, look at Tesla, Amazon. Amazon's defying gravity. I had this price action trapped, but it may not be on this particular chart. Yeah, it's not on this particular chart, so I cannot map it back out right now. But that looks pretty good, Amazon. Yeah. So I would just, I don't know, gonna be a rotation here soon, for sure. Now the EMA ribbons look pretty nice on this, and we still look strong here on the 1 hour. But yeah, still putting in a bear div. Okay, I'm just going to heat my coffee up because I let it get cold on me. I know you're being wrong. I let it get cold. Did you eat your eggs? I did. I did my breakfast. I think that's good enough. So the market is saturated with sellers right now, very much so. That could be squeezing price up. Okay. One thing I can say is I do like the way that we're hanging around the zero line. It's a catch 22 right here though. If we push up, then that's really great for Bitcoin. But if we reverse here, so if we turn down here, then it is not so great. This will be looking something more like this right here. But this is squeezing here on the MACD when you're just tagging and hanging out around the zero. That is a squeeze. Let's see what the 6 is looking like. 6 hour is one of the time frames that I do like. Um, Out of all the time frames right now, it is the 6. I'm trying to find my handle on my cup, and I forgot I changed it. So I do like this chart. Um, hmm. I don't dislike the 12. I like the 12. Hold on. I like the 12. Oh boy. Eight. I could probably look at this and take this part out. I can't do that, and I don't see a reason to connect from the, yeah, let's see. Yeah. Otherwise, I don't know. We need to see how we're getting these rejections every time we get up here to this yellow signal here. And see how this blue is really flat. So we're just still consolidating until that starts to change. Do want to get a break above here. We're not going into the bearish control zone, so we're just staying in the neutral, which is good. I like seeing this yellow. That's always a good thing for me when I see that. Let's see. All right, and so we want to invalidate this potential bearish divergence over here. It's just potential right now. But it is bearish divergence over here so far. Not on this time frame. But again, this is nice to see us riding along the zero line, especially if we're getting a breakup. That could lead to a God candle. This might be off slightly. And this just didn't line up. Interesting. Good call on that. Yeah, I could potentially see something with this, but the rest of it, uh, just don't. Let's see what that's doing for alts. Ethereum held up pretty well in here at that golden pocket. So, and gets back above this previous day low. I might trade it. So taking the risk in here would have been better since it is psychological level, golden pocket. Just wanted to see this. Hmm. Oh, okay, baby. Let's see that. Break below and reclaim back in and look for that push out here on Ethereum. Get that bull div in here. And just needing to invalidate any sort of a bearish divergence in here, which again, reclaiming the previous day low here. this neckline right here. Take the rest out. Actually, I take the candle color out. So everything basically the same. It's 1 hour. What's going on with Sui? I'm still buying it. Nice momentum break on ADA. So a little bit of bullish divergence here too. Just wanted to look back at some of the ones that I looked at earlier. Nothing there. INJ, OP. Double bottom. Nice little candle wicks there. What's that? Oh, look at that. I'll look for a momentum break, and if we're not getting it, then that's good. Just see. Let's see what that is. Didn't get the bear div there, so that's good. I saw the bull div down here. Okay. It's gonna be really good. That could be really good. Let me see. Take that out. Take this out real quick. Take that out for a sec. So we started out. Let me just look back on this for a sec. Alright, so that led to that. It's usually a lot cleaner than having to do that. Mm-hmm. Hmm. I don't really see anything over here with that. Let's focus on up. All right, we're close to invalidating this bearish divergence as we're getting this push back up into here. And it looks like we just did it. Let's need that close. So we're either going to get a short squeeze in here or we're going to get a breakdown. And look, I'm leaning towards the short squeeze. Since we have a ton of shorts in the market right now. Double that of what I'm seeing for long positions. And that's based on that 15-minute time frame. See how we do. We get to here. Right, Bitcoin and dominance is where now? 91. So that liquidity, yep, it's above the previous day high. There's liquidity all through here, but we're looking above the previous day high. And let's see. $120 to $121 potentially. let's back up here to this box. Let's see if we can do that. That drop in that dynamic cloud on the 1 hour, that was really nice. I like seeing that. It was already over here on the 15-minute time frame. So yeah. Let's see. So I can take this away now. Why didn't you look like that? Hmm. And it just looks like we're in standard deviation 2, which we are. Oh, yes. Come on, Bitcoin. Looks like we could be getting a breakup. It looks like it. I'm still going to be looking to see if we just back test this low. And I just have to expand this, but it looks good. And once we take, yeah, so I can see all this liquidity above here getting taken. This box here, and then we'll see how we respond to the lower side here. This channel that we broke down from. And then on a pullback, either want to hold on the back test here, or maybe something else pops out here, but otherwise I'd be looking for this price not to come below here. I mean, if we're all the way up here, then I won't be betting on this. Looks like actual momentum is building a lot more. Based on everything so far, looks good. Check. Superstitious. My hand is itching. That means money. So, let's see. I need to stand up for a little while. Okay, good. So here, if this is hinting at a correction off of this golden pocket, then again, I want to see price hold here. I don't want to lose this. So I need to put this on a 15-minute, but yeah, I'm gonna go with the 15-minute. I'm gonna change this low. Should I? Hmm. I guess we're just thinking right now. Let's see if anything has changed over here. Height potentially getting the momentum break. Ethereum is on pause. XRP is on pause with Bitcoin right now. Solana maybe looking to break its previous day high. And kill any dreams of this being the head and shoulders on that 1 hour. Sui just kind of chilling. But Sui might be putting in because I don't have it on. Hold on, Sui. What are you doing? Oh yeah. Sui's looking good. So far, unless something changes, Sue is looking to get acceptance above and probably go back and attack that that monthly level. Could be the thing for Sui. I do see a dynamic cloud drop taking place for Sui, which is nice. On that 1 hour. And right now, let me delete this one. Good. So then delete it. Delete it. Let's see. Sui still down against Bitcoin dominance, but nonetheless, Solana is the one that's really performing good against Bitcoin dominance. About a 0.37% against Bitcoin dominance. And everything else is not so much. Crow is not doing terrible. Qcoin doesn't seem like the best chart to watch that off. Watch that from. All right, excuse me for just a moment. Sorry. Okay. Sorry for that, but I am back. And all right, so we're slightly stalling out right here, with this little doji candle and whatnot here at the golden pocket. While not confirmed just yet, potentially we get that cool off. And again, I would look for price to hold this low here, or um, this momentum line here, and that's 18,257 on blow fin. But it does look like we are going to get this break here above this trend line here, and I'm looking for price to come into here, and potentially I want to see how it reacts here, if it pushes up into this ascending channel below here, or if we just get acceptance back inside of this and then push through. This could be the start of our mid, well, actually not until tomorrow, but we could be seeing our midweek reversal take place, which we've been pretty much down and sideways. So I'd be looking for us to go up. So in the next 30 minutes, we will have our 4-hour candle close, and I'm already seeing that this could be a top signal here. We'll just have to see how that goes. Again, not looking for much of a pullback if it is. Yeah. Let me check back in on the alts and see how they're doing. Let's see. Same, still the same. All right, XRP is showing a momentum break. Still has 30 minutes on this, but it is showing that it's getting a momentum break. It has to confirm. So 30 minutes. All right, so just over here, what I was saying with XRP is not confirmed just yet. Still have a few minutes left on this hourly candle close, but it is showing the potential for a momentum break here. And then here's the momentum line there, and then the line here for the momentum shift here on XRP's 1-hour time frame to potentially leave this zone, get above this 352 here. And let's just, in case we're going up and not down, pretty much look at the same thing in here. See if that was the measured move for the head and shoulders. Turn that on. That's good enough. Not quite, but that's fine. Doesn't have to finish validating it, or doesn't have to finish playing out the measure move. Sometimes that happens. Actually got the first breakdown right over here. Yes. That would have been taking this low, what we were looking at before, that 50. Yeah, so that's going to be a little bit of time, but I'll be checking in on it. Bitcoin. If I look at this from my indicator, it is a bear div, but whenever you get a drop in a dynamic cloud, it'll start to look that way. Since we went flat at this point, we got the divergence up. That could have just been the move. That could have been it to this move, but 30 minutes. Not 30 minutes anymore, 23 minutes now. And the delta does have bearish divergence. So like I said, the 4 hours showing that this could potentially be a top. But we're still ranging, so I don't expect much of a pullback. And by the 4 hour, I'll just show you what I'm looking at. I'm just looking here. So it's showing that this could potentially be a top. Called this a top right here. And although it called this a top over here, we only came back a little bit to do that and break higher. Got tops over here. That looks like it breaks up. It does. It almost knocked my coffee over because this looks like it could break up. So this was just the last time we got a bear div. Stretch it out like that. We're getting a lot of bear divs off of the delta. $15. Yes, he will. And then the bigger one was here. 1 hour still looks really good. I said if we get a correction over here, I don't think that it'll be much. Do still have some bearish divergence to invalidate on the 1 hour time frame, which Bitcoin can do that. It's not far from doing it anyway. Yeah, it's not far from doing that. And then check back on the chart over here. So yeah, XRP, I mean, clearly got that momentum shift here with that break above the momentum line, the break above the trend regression line here, or the indicator break above the trend regression line. Continue. Yeah, green, 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 green. Ottoman signals, especially this one. It's really good. Green. Ethereum. This is just about the close, the one that I put here. So it's not, I mean, it's relatively close to this momentum line, but it's about getting the closure above here. And then Solana was already doing good, so it's really nothing much here. Back above its previous day high. SUI, again, I like the dynamic cloud drop here on SUI. This can be good. It'll just start building up bullish divergence for SUI to just push higher. So right now, SUI above 391 would be great. Let's see. SUI. Not really interested in BNB, but that would have been standard deviation 1. We already seen that ADA had got a momentum break. Well, trend regression line break here on the scale. I want to see it get out of this cloud. I didn't put anything here on Hedera, but nice bullish divergence across the lows. It's just all about invalidating the bear divs and stop rejecting down here at the bottom side of the dynamic cloud. That would be good. Get a push back in after breaking, after actually breaking down. Hype had a momentum line here, trend regression line. Sorry, trend regression line here. Across this indicator here with the bullish divergence on the lows. And this could start to be good for XLM. So Bitcoin at the moment, still deciding. Bitcoin is boring. XRP is not. But XRP with this push also has to invalidate any sort of bear div in here. So right now it's here. That's crazy. 52-week range, 43 cents, all the way up to 366. It's wild. Check back in on this. It's 350. I mean, we played out this bullish divergence in here, which is a retest of the lows. change that color. That just to make that apparent. So that's this, these lows. So that has played out. Still a ton of shorts. Still a ton of shorts. Move this over there. Excuse me. We're just prepping for Jerome Powell right now. So this increased volatility, that is what we're doing. Thank you. So we got that 4-hour candle closure. And it's still indicating that this is potentially a top right now for that 4-hour. But that can change. That can change. I do still like the 4-hour RSI. I just have to stop ranging. So hitting this resistance. I'm gonna leave this on the 4. Let me see. That looks good. That looks good there. And then let me check something else. Yeah. I still think we could do this again. Yeah, I'm still leaning on this as possible. And then maybe we see a back test or something into these highs potentially, and then a carry on. This is what I'm thinking. Still thinking this. Mm, Despite that, I am holding no new positions right now. Not with Jerome getting ready to talk, even though it's supposed to be medium impact, to find any reason to dump the market. So we have buyers stepping in. I'm just not paying attention to the bear div on Doge. So Dogecoin has this bear div right across here. I'll just use a regular line. Bear div right here. But it's not breaking. Yeah, bear div. And just walk my way back up. Hype reacting at the momentum line. I'm just walking back through these again. Hedera rejection at the bottom side of the dynamic cloud. But it does still have this bullish divergence below it. Just has to invalidate one or the other. Because I don't like the cloud rise it got. I could look for this to break down or break up, whichever one it chooses to do. No, it's not going to be wide enough. It's not wide enough. Theta remaining within the cloud, still ranging. So this could actually be anything, at least, yeah, it could be anything. Still gonna be looking to see if we get that breakdown too, but right now, um, mhm. I mean, there's no bullish divergence on this at all. Just the momentum regression line there. Really, BNB was what? I didn't see. Yeah. Sui. I still think this looks good for Sui. And it is already putting in some bullish divergence because it has the dynamic cloud drop. Solana still doing Solana type things. Still within the dynamic cloud. The regression line break. And ETH still within the cloud too. So neither one of these are breaking out just yet. So still consolidating. Still a bear div. And I'll raise this. Yeah, we're basically just waiting on Jerome Powell. So let me find that. Let's see if I can find it. So I'm just gonna play Jerome Powell's speech live. I'm not gonna play the video, watch the video on stream, but I am gonna play the sound for it. Which probably got double sound coming in right now. So let me pause this while we wait on the other sound to kick in. Let me just look back at Suey. Hmm. Just waiting for Jerome Powell to come out, start talking. All right. Meantime, Bitcoin, a little reaction there. I was looking back at SUI. While I'm waiting for that. So I was just looking back over here, and I do have trend regressions here for SUI on the 4-hour time frame here, which looks symmetrical. I can say that if I were to do it like so, mimicking the chart, then SUI already got a breakdown from that. I think I was looking at it from the looks like the 1-hour time frame looks pretty decent though. Like that could give price a push up, but if we start to lose it again, I would be looking at this level and this level here. So putting SUI back inside the cloud if that happens. Otherwise, if a break to the upside takes place, then I mean we'd be in discovery or at least back up to the previous day high, 1 month. Did SUI get higher than? Yeah, SUI, we won't be in discovery. SUI got much higher than that. I don't know about that right now, though. Yeah, if I look at it like that, then it did break down. Mm, that's the one. This is the same thing that I was looking at over there on the other time frame, except the connection point is just different how I did it. Just stuck with the first 2 points. Break, reclaim, break, back test, rejection, continuation. Come on, Jerome. Yeah, Bitcoin go with the whipsaw and price action. I'm only buying SUI though. Um, my only interest is longing SUI. Mm. I don't understand what's taking so long with us getting started here, but it is. Mm. Let me check total too. I have not checked that today, which I'm sure it looks fine. I've been using this one over total 3. And it looks fine. Let me see about this here. Hmm, maybe. So while we're just waiting, Bitcoin is trying to get a little bit, yeah, a little volatile. All right, so total 2 still looks pretty decent here. We did get above the 786 here on that retracement color. This is what we look like when we get going. We start printing orange here. And we get the break above, the break above, the break above over here. And then support levels down below for total. And this broadening, just like Bitcoin, of course, this can be drawn several different ways, meaning that we could potentially go higher. Either we're going to, hit the top side of here. So this is going to be a really nice run up, something that we haven't had in a little while. But you can also, you can do it like this and maybe get more hits. Hold on, let me make sure I do it right. I think I had it off of this one here. So I will look at this if we start to break the top side here at some point, then I will redraw it out and look at this one. And then you can also do it like that. And you capture all 3 touches, which means it's a little lower. So that one, and then you can see how we didn't get a close above right here. It's yellow. Okay, power. And I hope that's not too loud. I'm laughing at I'm laughing at how this little red candle just sitting here like like I'm not in the mood for this BS, whatever he about to say. Just looking at him just turned the candle red. Oh my gosh. That is hilarious. It just froze up for a sec. I don't know what they have going on their end, or maybe it's my end. Let me see. No, it's still supposed to be playing. All right. Let me end it and then go back. I don't know why I did that. It took a break that quick. Okay. Well, look at this.
Status of each of those elements and the road ahead
Sell
in a
all.
comprehensive
Sell
manner
ETH.
today. As this
Sell.
audience will know well, we have proposals outstanding or in the works across
Why?
all four areas.
Why?
Our regulatory capital framework and all banking rules are implemented through supervision, an area where Vice Chair for Supervision Bowman brings deep
I don't think
experience
this
as a
is
former
live.
banker and state supervisor. As she has noted, we need to make sure that our supervisory practices focus on the critical areas that determine safety and soundness. We need our large banks to be well capitalized and to manage their key risks well. And we need large banks to be free to compete with one another, with non-bank financial institutions and with banks in other jurisdictions to provide capital and support economic growth. The Fed is a dynamic institution. We're open to hearing new ideas and feedback on how to improve the capital framework for large banks, and I look forward to hearing from today's participants. Thanks again to all of you for joining us today. Thank you. Good morning to everyone.
Yeah, there's something wrong with this.
I'm very pleased, though not surprised.
Oh my
This is such
gosh.
great.
Let me see what's happening. Okay, so they're on break, apparently. All right, so I'm just going to mute that and just turn back on the little music over here, at least until they get it together, because I don't know what's happening. Let me turn that down. Oh, you know what? Mm. That 5 minute looks interesting. We are short squeezing up, hanging out here at the zero line. The Bitcoin is boring. Altcoins at this point are boring. Market's going to open in 30 minutes, which could be some gap down, some gaps down based on the VIX. So let me just check that again. Nice squeeze on the VIX too on the daily. Unless it's going to do something it hasn't done before. I mean, we looked at this earlier, but we looked at the Bollinger on the weekly, and I shared how the VIX never comes into the green line, never comes into standard deviation 2 at the lows here on the weekly. And then you have a nice squeeze right here. So unless it plans to do something different this time, that looks nice. It only comes as much as the orange, which is S1, SD1. Okay, I think we're back. And let me just pause. We're doing nothing. Although this suggests that we do see a little bit of a correction, nothing is happening right now. And I'm looking here. So far, nothing. And I actually like this for if you weren't already in a loan. I don't know why they have their phones on board meeting. I think that could be good. I would like that. Let me just make sure I have that on there right. Okay. Look like that. Let's see. I don't see any orders for this pivot either, so it could be a good stop. May need to be adjusted, but I don't see anything there. Let me try. Let's see. Check. Just put it to a 50. It puts it below this band. Let's see. Excuse me. This looks doable. Just double checking. You know what? Do this easier. looks like 20 support 16. Let me go off this range. Bring it in, right, spend it back. Didn't look like it changed really. So that's 786. I think that'd be too much. But that's that low. I can't guarantee that we get this because we're just dragging on in here, but it would be nice given mm, yeah, it would be nice. Don't want to come this low because if it was to put in some sort of bullish divergence here on the delta, it would be invalidated at this point. The closure down there anyway. I'm just gonna leave that like that. If this works, I mean, we're dragging so slow right now. It just, I don't know. I'm lacking a little bit of confidence, but if this works, then I wouldn't go heavy right here since the point of control and that 786 sits here. I mean, if you're using leverage, I wouldn't. If you're, I don't know, maybe if you want to trade like IBIT, yeah, ETF or something like that, or spot, then you'll be less at risk. But if you choose to do this, if it works, if it comes down this far, I wouldn't go heavy right here at the golden pocket just in case. Make sure there's nothing else in here. Let me see this one more time. See if that lined up with that. No, it's above. It's above. Be looking for zero expansion. Doesn't he sound like Michael Saylor? He sounds just like Sailor. I can't stop that blinking. Mm, I don't know what that is. Is she gone then? Yeah. Remember I talked about that potential sell-off here? I didn't realize I already had you guys over here on this. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. What I was thinking. Palantir market open, plummet. Tesla still trying to hold up. Circle, sound, shit. Video. Mm. Mhm. This whole time I thought I had Bitcoin on too. I'm so sorry. Uh, so I was looking over there. Okay. So we're still. I hope when I was talking that this actually showed up because I was saying about the point of control being right here, and this is where the 786 is also located. So if this does get the opportunity to get in here, then I would. This is where the golden pocket is. I would tread light here just in case, but this stop is adjusted to go below the Bollinger. It's adjusted pretty far below it. So any sort of an expansion, if you put your Bollinger on, any sort of an expansion, this could lead to more down. We're moving really slow, so I think it would bounce. I think it would, and that's just only if it gets into here. Let me look back over here at this because let's see if Amazon ever started giving up anything. It was one that wasn't, and I already looked at coin a little bit here, back inside of the range, a little bit there. Then let me check back on this fix as discussed. Yeah, probably had it on over here at one point. Let's off of that daily. We were talking about that squeeze. That may have been when I had us back over here. So the squeeze on the VIX may have to pick up some, may have to pick up some stocks. Had two some positions here. All right. Mm, I may not want to touch it at all. Not gonna lie. Just seeing the stock market take its tumble. And it's really early right now, but yeah, VIX has been bugging the past since last week, looking like it's gonna rip. Let's see. All right, so Ethereum right now, you can see the rejection from the momentum and not being able to get that closure up there. Trying to see if this low would hold potentially. But right now, not, and I did look down and see that bear div on the delta. Let's see if we can pause out right there. But they're still inside of the cloud. So as long as they're still in here, then they can just continue to range and not actually drop. So it's not bad. Solana was just doing good. So yeah, it's reacting. Mm, Sui rejection of the momentum line. Momentum. PNB. It's fine. Ada still in the cloud. H bar. This is the daily low. And since dominance is up, it's just hitting them. Yeah, this I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we can get. It is setting up some bull divs down here, but we'll see what we get. Um, this is still working right now. And as long as this stays within this low, then I won't move and I won't touch anything right now. This is still selling. Okay, so that's our golden pocket tap though, but I'm not going to touch it yet. If you're a DJing, you can, and you might be right. You may be right. This does give it some bullish divergence down here, but um, oof, yeah, you have to be prepared to cut it if it doesn't work. Just be prepared to cut it. This is creeping up some more. That gray, that selling pressure is creeping up some more. Yeah, it's surpassed the buying pressure now. So, and here is the point of control, 786. Okay, so we're doing this momentum right now. Now that that's over, let's see what the market chooses to do. If this turns up and we're still gray, then it'll be more selling pressure. But right now, I just push her over. All right, so I can do away with this now. All right. All right. So the stream is about to end. If price comes back up, then it's worth considering. But currently, no, I wouldn't consider it. But if price comes back up, it's not catching the bottom. It's a better entry um, for a retest of it to see if it's going to hold. Then I would enter in on the long. Again, point of control 786 sitting right here. And if you're on Blowfin, then that's 117, 924.9. It is giving some bullish divergence down below here. But again, I would wait for some sort of indication of a reversal out of this bearish selling pressure here before considering this. So you can also consider or the reclaim of the 786. I think this is going to be safer. Just looking forward to reclaim the golden pocket and then go. That's my 2 cents. It's not financial advice after we broke down from the rising wedge here. And with that said, I appreciate everyone who stopped by today. Zoom myself in. I appreciate everyone who stopped by today. to spend some time with me. Thank you so much. I hope that you did hit the like button. It goes a long way. Please follow me at Down to Crypto TA on X, and please follow the Coin King, and that's DACOINKING, D with a dog, A is an apple. And I will see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.